All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Creative Portrait category. Firstly, big thanks to the major sponsor of the Iris Awards, Canon. We'll play a sponsor video. Thank you very much, Canon. And the Portrait Creative category is sponsored by 921 Studios. Alrighty. Now we're going to just play the run through, and judges, if you could just keep an eye out if there's any extra exclusions that you haven't already written down, please. Thank you. Fabulous. This looks like an exciting category for our judges. No more exclusions? Fabulous. All right. Well, welcome to Creative portrait category. Myself, Lydia Nimmo, and my panel chair assistant, Rachel Hampton. Yeah, I think Paul is going to come and take over at some point, but I'm just getting you guys started. So, creative portrait category. I'm just going to run through the description just to refresh our memories. The creative portrait category celebrates innovative and artistic portrait photography that tells a unique story of the subject. This category embraces both traditional and experimental approaches, allowing full creative freedom, including advanced post-production techniques such as compositing. It highlights the artistry involved in portraying subjects in imaginative and unconventional ways. This category recognizes portraits that push the boundaries of conventional photography. It encourages photographers to creatively express the essence of their subjects through inventive approaches, where the artistic vision and storytelling take centre stage. There are no limitations on post-production techniques, except those outlined below or in the global rules and terms and conditions, allowing for full creative expression in capturing the subject's character and portraying their narrative. So this category is open to all types of portraiture photography. Portraits of animals without a human subject are excluded from this category. Creative expression and intent. The goal of this category is to tell a story or portray a character or illustrate a subject's essence through portraiture. Portraits can be conceptual, artistic, or avant-garde, showcasing the photographer's creative vision and ability to convey a narrative. Entrants are encouraged to explore new ideas, techniques, and approaches to capture and communicate the essence of their subject. It's a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as no computer or AI-generated elements are used. And then judges, just a reminder, please stick to, try and stick to on time and add only new information to the discussion rather than repeating what has already been said. And also, obviously, with the printed entries, just as normal for there to be minor imperfections in mat boards and paper, like dust, spots, flecks or flaking. And please disregard any of these during judging, as they can happen at any time. Alrighty, let's get started. Right, first panel. Can I please welcome Adam Horrigan on the board, Bruce Moyle, Tony Carter, Catherine Fagerland, and Sarah Lee Cobb. Okay, everyone ready to go? Yeah. Let's bring some good energy here, guys. All right, first print, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 78. And Adam's going to challenge that. Yeah, take it away.
Look, I'm only just into silver at 80, but what I really wanted to reward the photographer for was I feel like the story flows through, the technique adds to the standard sort of image that we see. And what I'm particularly drawn to is that the gaze of the girl is really engaging the photographer. It could be, we're obviously drawn to that central point, even in contrast, not just in the stare, but the way that the other girls are competing for our attention. It's not that they're trying to distract that girl. It's they're really trying to fight for us in here. It's quite a stark presentation. It really leads us right through the frame, but I think there's enough in there just to have a quick chat about it.
All right. Tony Carter, into the chat, please.
Yeah, I'm on 76. I'm pretty happy to stay there. So I think it's well worthy of an award, but I sort of find the central figure with that disc sort of cutting in half and the bright legs underneath it and all around that area just a little bit jarring. Where I feel that the energy is with the girl's face and the outside characters, but I find that disc splits the image in half and is overly bright, and bronze is where I'll be staying.
Okay. Let's hear from Catherine or Sarah Lee. One of you guys.
Yeah, I was on 78 with this, and initially I thought I may come up a little bit higher, but I think it was just the overall sort of lack of cohesion with this. I did feel it didn't feel like a complete piece, and probably the scaling just interrupted the rhythm of it. That in focus girl in the centre, she's further back and sort of receding in the photograph. And then I felt the expressions with the movement images on the right-hand side were fabulous, but I didn't feel like it was a full body movement. It felt like the movement was sort of a little bit restricted to the tops of their bodies. I feel really comfortable with my 78.
Thanks, Catherine. Right, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, no, there's some good points there. With the legs under the table, I feel like that's the continuity of the image that's sort of giving us there's movement in the legs and there's stillness kind of there. I kind of feel like it's almost like a funnel into, that's why the depth in the image and even the way that the chairs go back there. I'm quite happy that we had a talk about it though. Perhaps if there's an extra point in it, we might get there, but yeah.
All right, judges, please rescore. And we remain 78 Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. All right, we have a Bronze Award at 75. And Catherine's going to take that challenge. Go for it.
Yeah, I was on 83 with this, and I was really responding to how this made me feel. I felt in terms of the character portrayal, I could feel this vibrant human being in here who was losing herself. I felt like that central one that's looking straight at us with the bright eyes. She was telling us who she really is, and the other two are the whirlwind of the struggle of sort of forgetting that part of her. I feel like she's letting go, like the dominant body is the person who's experiencing some sort of pain, not of her body, but of her mind. This is what I get from that, and the whirling around and around, and that sort of unusual composition that goes with that. I think the balance of the clothing, like the floral pieces in the clothing, and then with the movement of the hands and the faces, all those circular shapes work really successfully.
Thanks, Catherine. Bruce, let's hear from you.
So I'm on 70. Thank you for the story because I didn't see it there. I really struggle with this image because of the composition and how the blurring's been done and how it feels really disjointed, and that the actual most in focus bits are like just the jaw and that on this left-hand person, and then you've got this pop of the eyes in the middle person, or the same subject, I think, in this instance, which is just doesn't. It's like it's been painted back in over the blur, and it just feels all a bit disjointed, and I'm not sure about what that ring on the backside around the edge is either, and that. So I'm really struggling with this one. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sarah Lee, did you have anything to bring to the party? No? Yep, go for it, Tony.
I'm on 74, and I think it sits outside the award standard for me. I find the composition and the thought behind the idea fantastic, but I find the rest of the image unresolved, and also the main subject matter, the lighting on it, is very poor. So it's with that brightly lit nose, which is really competing with that flower in the front. So and the brightness. So for me, it's out of the award standard because it's just not resolved and feels unfinished. But great thoughts and great story.
All right, Catherine, back to you.
All right, so I might be pushing it a little bit. I mean, in terms of disjointed, I kind of think that's the point. I mean, this is not meant to feel perfect. The sharpness on her jaw, I feel like this is more like we're being told the story of someone losing the mind. That's about here. This was a beautiful woman, and she's there physically still, but her mind is muddled. That's the story I'm getting from this. And I don't feel that I need the complete story, but I'm responding to how it makes me feel. Tony's comments on the brightness, I feel that the brights are quite balanced, balanced with the brightness, the highlight around that ring on the side, and the various bright spots throughout this. See if you can't come up, see if you can give it a few more points.
Alrighty, judges, please rescore. And we've gone up a point. A bronze award, 76. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a 70 score of 70. Could we have a comment? Yeah, Adam, thank you.
Look, I applaud the photographer for trying a creative concept and perhaps trying to give a sense of environment or something that may be special to this person. There needs to be a cohesiveness or a context to the image, and while we don't have to create something that's believable, even just little details like the depth of field on the main figure, the hair is starting to go out of focus, yet everything in the background is completely sharp. So just little details like creating that cohesiveness through, perhaps they'll let us blend into that environment a little bit better.
Yeah, that's some great feedback for the photographer. Thank you. All right, next print, please. And we have a silver award at 81. Are happy with that, judges? Yep. Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to give some feedback on this one? Yeah, Adam?
Yeah, there's a lot lovely story going on through here. I kind of get the impression that this bird likes the butterfly. You know, they've got that motif, and she's trying to create her own one. And the birds who can fly are trying to help her get out, and that kind of matches that aspirational look. I think to elevate the image, I feel like perhaps just the shadowing and the form under the chin, perhaps could be just a little bit. Maybe if we're turning towards the light or just lifting our viewpoint so that we get a nice. Really lovely aspect and beautify her face even more. But there's some really good, strong start of a narrative here.
Thank you, Adam. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have a silver award at 83. And we have a hand down the end from Sarah Lee. Take it away.
I gave this image an initial score of 88, so with distinction. There is such a fairy tale colour palette about this image. It really lends a beautiful mood to the photograph, and I see a lady who's coming from a beautiful flower-filled space on the right, through these doorways towards the smoke-filled dark landscape on the left. The door's locked. There is this beautiful transition from the pinks through to the blues and the darker greys, and I would love to see this image awarded higher purely on its storytelling and its lovely technical. Yeah, perfect.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Do you want to just swing the mic to Tony Carter there, please?
Yeah, I'm on 78. I'm probably happy to come up into low silver. You know, you can read the storyline very well, but I find the finishing of it not done to a very high standard. You know, like from that light to the dark, that, you know, the highlights on the back of that dress sort of burnt out and right in the middle, and you sort of get stuck in the bright light in there. So I get the storyline and everything there, but I just sort of feel for a higher score that you're asking for, I'd probably rather see a lot more of those problems resolved and finished to a high level, which you can do in this category.
Thank you. Catherine or Adam, do you guys want to add? You guys are on the same score, so. Yep. Yeah, go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, I was on 84 with this, and I probably wanted to head up a little bit further, and it was the things that Tony's talking about that have held me back. I think the storytelling is fabulous, palette's fabulous. I probably, you know, obviously I know it's not reality, but I wanted to feel the light being, like there's got a lot of light on her face, you know, and we're getting the storytelling light from behind her on the good side, on the Enchanted Garden side. But I was trying to convince myself that would be reflected light on her face, and I felt it didn't feel like it was quite right. And then the doors, I felt like they needed some kind of anchoring, the suspension of them, particularly the one on the right, and the garden didn't quite feel fully finished. And then it was probably her expression also not quite there in terms of the storytelling in harmony with her body language. I didn't feel she was giving us that much expression. However, all of that said, I thought there was a lot to love in this, and that's why I gave it at the very top end of silver at 84. I'm pretty comfortable there.
Thanks, Catherine. Back to you, Sarah Lee.
So I do agree. Her face has been lit for us to see more so than for believability. That highlight on the back of the dress could have been toned down a little bit, but that is the sun setting behind her, going from that brightness. So without having that light, that storytelling light behind it, it wouldn't have made sense to enter the darkness. The door on the right. The doors are portals. They're not necessarily, there's structure around it. Doesn't necessarily have to be there because it's not an architectural landscape. I think given the effort that this photographer has put into it and all the technical changes and the storytelling, I would love to see it awarded silver distinction.
All right, judges, please rescore. And we have a solid silver 84. Now, can we just have congratulations to the photographer? We'll just have a blank screen for a moment. We're just going to do a judge change. Adam, we're going to bring you off. Thank you. And we're going to bring in Johan. Thank you. And we're also going to have a panel chair swap. So, welcome, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Right. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award, but we've got a couple of people, but Catherine has priority. No.
Yay, fun. I gave this 92. For a start, it's like a contemporary Mona Lisa. This follows you around the room, and that sad, forlorn gaze follows you around. And the framing is a nod to that as well. We've got this classic framing on it, and over her is a broken phone screen. So I just feel like in terms of combining something that feels quite classic in a contemporary way and gives us sadness, and there could be many applicable narratives with this in relation to, sort of the society today, and that youthful cracked, she's so beautiful, and then the crack of the phone over top of her. And then attaining to those standards, those beauty standards, and how we project ourselves. I find this memorable. And I just think in terms of the strikingness of that capture, she does. She follows you around the room.
Got a couple down at the bottom end. Bruce, you're one of them.
Go, Bruce.
Thanks for challenging. I think the thing for me on this is that I didn't feel like any of the elements fit together at all, especially the frame. The frame feels really pasted on. It doesn't match. If it's meant to be a mirror, the lighting on the mirror, the frame to the subject is completely disconnected. It doesn't match. I get the story of like the broken glass, and there's lots of emotion there and stuff. And I was a bit harsh. I was 73. I should have been a bit higher, but not gold high. I'm nowhere near that, unfortunately.
Tony.
Yeah, I scored at 73. I'll come up into bronze, but I sort of feel, I feel the disconnect with her and her expression, but then the rest of it sort of leaves me cold. I don't really understand where you can get a cell phone from this, broken glass. But what I find is that the frame, everything feels very overly lit and not blending in together. It's not just pulled into the right places. So hence my score. But I'll be coming up into bronze.
Johan, did you want to say something?
Sure. In support of Catherine, I gave it an 88. The disconnect is actually part of the story, I feel. The disconnect of the frame with the rest of the image. It talks about fakery in a way. The disconnect of the subject with the viewer is about how sometimes relationships don't really happen. They don't care about the people looking at them. It's almost like a disdain. And they're almost disappointed in the viewer is what I feel out of that. I think the photographer has done quite a clever thing with the breaking of the glass, and there's a couple of cracks in the glass where you can see the image a little clearer and a little brighter. So I think technically they've done a really good job there. That the main crack falls on her chest, I think there's a story there, but I'm not quite sure what it might be. And yeah, I gave it an 88 for just getting my attention and making me look. And now it's looking back.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, I see sullen. I see a teenage sullen, forlorn, lost girl following me around the room. And, to me, it's still a broken phone screen. And I actually see a broken phone screen with the covering that's holding the glass in and holding it on. And I think, you talked about the lighting. It's showing the backlit nature of the phone screen in there as well. And you can see it. When you get in there, you can see. I think there's a great amount of attention to detail to bring that together as a complete piece. Thank you for your comments, Johan. I think that, as you've said, that disconnect is the point. And in a category that is still asking for the essence of a person, the essence in a portrait, this gives us that essence of this person and pairing traditional and contemporary together. If you can't come up with me, come up as much as you can.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 83, silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, go Adam.
Congrats on your silver award.
Bruce.
Ah, jeez, Paul. Start calling you Paulo or something. Yeah, congrats on your silver award. I hope the baby got a bit happy after this, and I can understand like not getting fed through conventional means, but through a peg is probably not a fun thing. So yeah, I feel sorry for the little guy or girl. I think the thing for me would be like you're off angle a little bit. It's sort of distracting having that like that background, that seamless or whatever you got there, slightly off horizon and stuff. And think about where your lighting is for highlights and that, because especially when you've got metal in that, it can be a little overpowering having those speculars on those bits of metal on the actual feeding tube equipment. So, yeah. But yeah, different portrait. I liked it.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 88, silver distinction. Johan, like to challenge this?
Okay. I go this a 94. It's priceless. And I mean that in many ways. It's priceless in the content. It's so valuable. Like reaching 100 is a big goal, and then sometimes you don't make it. And that empty chair is the thing that lifted me from a silver distinction through to a highish gold at 94. That empty chair is, it happens. And it's pretty sad. But what you see here is you identify different levels of cognition, different levels of relationship, and different levels of feeling. Honestly, it's huge, it's powerful, and it's presented very simply. I love the handwritten flags across the front. It's just gentle, beautiful, and worthy of a high score.
Catherine, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I'm going to be listening really hard, so I'm hoping that at least a couple of judges talk on this, and I'm going to sort of take a bit of lead with that. I'm on 73. I felt that technically I did not feel this was well handled. The sort of muckiness behind the subjects, or the dirtiness just behind them, I didn't feel was well handled, and I just felt that central subject, the hair just sort of bleeding into the background, I wasn't really loving. I love the relationship with the two women on the left-hand side. I just think that's just fabulous and fun. And, you're right, Johan, about that empty seat there. And the bunting at the front was super bright and overlit, and I was just trying to understand how, and I get that this is a sort of a concept, an idea, not necessarily reality. I really wanted the party bunting to come up at a different point, so that 100 was made more central, sort of on the central down on the bunting. But I recognise I might be being way too picky. I'm going to listen to what everyone says really hard and see how we go.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 86. For the sense of these people and the characters, and you can look through all those expressions. You think it's fantastic from different types of gazes from people at that age and where they're at mentally, which is fantastic. Probably why I won't be going any higher is probably from what Catherine has said, is about the finishing of the wall behind, and it feels like a real problem area for the photographer that has sort of been unresolved and not fixed properly. So I love everything about this, but that unfinished part keeps it out of gold for me, with the rest of the beautiful high key nature of this. But yeah, that finishing behind them is off-putting for a higher score for me.
Okay, any other thoughts? No, looks like it's back to you, Johan. Oh, hold on. Yep. No, go.
We're good? Okay, cool. As you get older, apparently, things can get a little hazy. And I think that's reflected in the nature of the background here. And I also love that it's not particularly ritzy either. It's kind of real. It's what you might get at not a high-end home, but at a sort of middle of the road home. And the way the photographer has left us little bits and pieces, like the join between the tables, that's there. It hasn't been taken out in the process. The way that the cards at the last person's chair are laying flat. They're not celebrating, they're over. The energy at the front, at the left-hand end, between that couple, the stillness and the kind of like disorientation of the person looking at their cupcake. I love the fact that we have the cupcake as a binder between all the characters. It's just wonderfully put together, and it's not loud. That's the thing about it. It's not loud, so it doesn't scream at you, I must get a high score. So I'm doing it on its behalf. I gave it a 94.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 88, silver distinction. Okay. Great, thank you for that. Congratulations to the photographer, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, bronze award. Can we get a comment? Yes, go, Catherine.
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze. This is really intriguing. It looks like spit bubbles that look like tiaras at the same time. The bubbles are quite dominant in this, and it sort of almost becomes less about that portrait. The faces are really interesting and intriguing, and I feel like you're onto something really quite striking with that. Potentially looking at the contrast levels in this, and that would draw us into those faces a little bit more, could help this. There's also quite a hard shoulder line, and everything else is blurred out and soft in the background, so looking at that could also help.
Great, thanks for that feedback. Can we have a blank screen just for a moment, please? We're just going to change a judge. And Tony, you can take a break. And Craig, can you come on in? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Johan?
What a strange sense of disconnect that we get from this. It's I gave this a 92. It's striking. The use of red is powerful. The lack of emotional involvement from the subject makes it even more dramatic. It takes away the sense of belonging of that character within those environments, making it more of an artistic and creative statement. And as a creative statement, it is very, very strong. Particularly appreciating the turn in of the subject in the top left and the turn in of the subject on the bottom right, so it holds it all together. The differences between the image only go to add to the complexity of the story, even though it's simple. Yeah, I gave it 92.
Craig, sound like you need a bit of convincing?
Yeah, I'm on 76, and maybe I've been a little bit hard on this one, but I felt like the disconnect was disconnecting. But I appreciate what you've said about it, Johan. I think that's helped me understand it a bit more. I almost felt like these were like pins on Google Maps with a little circle where she's gone to these favorite places, but then with no emotion. I was like, but yeah, maybe that disconnect is the point. Keep talking. I'm definitely going to come up. I'm not sure how far.
Bruce?
I should have gone to gold. I was at 88. Okay, I'm going to give you a story. So this is a person who's thinking back to their childhood. They're a single child. They were treated as a toy, as an object. They had no friends. The top one is them leaving the house, going to the birds to feed the ducks, probably at a different parents' or grandparents' house in the bottom left, just waiting to see the world move by, and then obviously no friends at on the bottom right-hand corner, waiting for things, waiting for something that never happens, being emotionally stunted by the fact that nothing ever happened and that they were always dressed in the same thing. They had to do what was told, and therefore everything is stagnant in this memory across thing. I think that as a story is really amazing for me, but I also got to reward the photographer here because they've shot on a partial blur to make it feel miniature. So it is small in the mind. It is, and that little base is like the army man and things like that. So using that as a motif and then using the actual way of shooting it to make sure that they feel miniature is really, really clever. So I am definitely underscored this, and I will be coming up with you, Johan.
Catherine's handed up.
Yeah, since you guys are asking for gold, I probably would have more questions. I'm on 77, and I enjoy the thoughtfulness of your stories and what you're bringing and interpreting, and I can see that there's many different interpretations here. Probably where I'm in a bronze is I do not see particularly strong composition in these, and where the head breaks the pathway on the bottom left, breaking the slide on the bottom right, breaking the pond border in the top right. It feels like these are all sort of placed, the figure is placed in a similar situation, but I also don't really see these working together that strongly as a series. I'd like to see, they feel a bit disjointed. There's not sort of the flow between. So, you know, I'm thinking in terms of the storyline and the creativity, I feel is quite strong, and maybe I've underscored it based on that. But the execution of it and tying it in when you're asking for gold, I feel is not quite there. So I'm sort of just hoping to hear a little bit more from you.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, back to you, Johan.
Right. There's a very strong tension in these images, and it's actually created unemotionally. It's created with almost an independent figure within an environment. You spoke about the images not tying together, but the thing that terrorized you about them, the frustrating lines going through heads, actually occupies most of the images. So it then becomes a pattern within the images, and you can then go, yeah. And the whole story is about being here but not present. And it's striking, it's bold, it's creative, it's innovative, it's new, and it's very clever. Yeah, I gave it a 92.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, you brought it up to 88, silver distinction. Okay, great conversation there, thank you. And next print, please. Okay, we're a score of 84, which is a silver award. Yes, Craig, you'd like to challenge that?
Yeah, I'm on 88 on this one. I think we could get this one more point into distinction. I absolutely love the presentation of this. I love that blood stain leaking out into that circle. I think that's fantastic. And then we've got this really powerful expression of this huntress who looks like she might also be a cannibal. And her hunting companion. I think it's a really fantastic narrative, and I think it's a really innovative presentation. So I'd love one more point for this one.
Okay, the spread's not huge, but Shirley, you're down the other end. Yep.
I initially scored this in 82. I also love the overlay of that red blood stain. I saw more of a shaman than a hunter, with all the symbolism and the graphic details behind and everything. I find it's overly lit. It's very bright, and had the photographer really leaned into the moodiness of that, it could have created a much more dramatic image. There is a wee bit of lighting inconsistency through the different antlers and the skulls as well, but fabulous storytelling elements.
Bruce, you're bang on the average.
I really enjoyed this image. I was on 84 and I was looking for the reason to go up to silver distinction. I think the thing that was holding me back, or I know the thing that was holding me back, was the elements above her head and above the antlers, because they feel wispy and not as complete as the rest of it, not as solid. I don't know if there's a reason for that. I love that the mat has blood running into it and stuff, and that all that connects together. I think that's really clever. It was just that technical element was holding me back.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, for me, that kind of bright, overly lit look is almost as if this character is in a cave and there's a beam of light streaming in. So I thought that kind of harsh lighting treatment worked for the subject that we're looking at here. I feel like that stuff in the background also is a little bit hazy, and perhaps it could be justified by that light. But I love that we can see that with the, I guess it's like a throne that they're sitting on. So yeah, one more point is all we need.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. '86, silver distinction. Okay. Thank you for that, and congratulations to the photographer. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to do another judge change, just rotating them through slowly. So Shirley, you can have a break, and Dedrick, if you can come in. Okay. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Looking along the line. Yep, Craig.
Yeah, congratulations on your silver. I love the colour palette here. I think that that diagonal line up is really strong, and the lift of the birds as well, and the mist down below is beautiful. I feel like the light on the birds is coming a bit more from above and behind them, and it's on the opposite direction in the person on their face and things. So just consistencies with light would lift the score more.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Craig. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 70. So, can we get a comment for the photographer? Yep, Johan.
Yes. There's a look of determination in this character, and it's quite captivating, but it becomes confusing because you have this very strong arm that's coming forward and goes very soft. On each of his wrists, there's things that aren't necessarily adding to the story. And then there's this reflection. And I just feel there's something in that reflection that could be told better. There's potential for an even greater story there. It is a bit strongly lit also on the left-hand side. That light, that broad side light, is creating a sense of evil, but not in a great photographic way. It just needed to be angled round a little bit more and maybe softened off a little. But thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Johan. And can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Excuse me. Craig's hand immediately goes up in challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 92 for this one, and it makes me feel quite emotional. I think the light, floaty, airy tonality of it is just stunning, and the enveloping of these, I think, mother and daughter in this protective wrap, and the rose with the petal floating away just speaks of the third generation that is no longer here. Grandma has maybe passed away, and that rose is a dedication to them with a petal floating off. I think it's got some beautiful subtleties. The printing is stunning, and it's really, really evocative.
Okay, a couple of you on the lower end. Johan, you're one of them, 82.
Yes, there's a beautiful feeling here. The feeling's quite wonderful, and I'm going to go with your story about mother and daughter. I might stop about the grandparent. The texture on that fabric that wraps around them is quite stunning. In my dreams, I wish it had more form to it. At the moment, it's quite cylindrical, and it just tucks in a little bit on the back, and it just doesn't seem to have a reason for that, because nothing else follows the body forms it holds. There's been a lot of attention paid to the skin of these people, and it's quite beautiful, and it's got a nice, soft, almost orangey kind of tone, but the hand's pink. And it's kind of out of sorts with the rest of the imagery. And it's also reasonably darker. But we're talking subtleties here. To get into something which is exceptional like a gold, I'd really like those things addressed. I love the hair, I love the flow together, I love the connection that the hair creates, and the textures that combine. But yeah, I'm open-minded.
Catherine.
I was on 88, and Craig, I think you might have underscored it. I'm definitely going up to gold, and there is, the more you sit with it, the more it grows on you. I think it is exquisite. I love the tousled nature of everything, the hair, the fabric, the rose, all the leaves that have been allowed to remain on there. I think they're all really significant parts. Craig, you talked about a grandmother. I don't see that. I see more of the future. The flower in the front, the petal, that's the future. And, the cocooning of them together in this tousled fabric is like, that's part of the motherhood where you're one, you're combined. And I think that's a really important part. But the mother's sort of taking a back seat in this, visually, and I feel like that's a metaphor as well. I think there's lots of different things you can read in that sense. I don't see any pink in that hand. I don't see it too dark. I think it's really well handled, balanced, printed, the holding of all the detail in the right places. I think that's beautifully handled. It hasn't been over-beautified. I feel there's enough reality in the skin. There's so much you can take from this, and you feel, this makes me feel. I'm definitely coming into a good, solid gold with you.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Craig.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I think it speaks volumes when we can all read something different into a narrative in an image, and I really appreciate what you had to say about it as well. For me, you're completely right. The cocooning is exactly what's happening with that wrap, so the shape of it doesn't worry me at all. And same with the hand. I see those kind of orangey tones and pinky tones through everywhere. So I'm at 92. Catherine's going higher than that. I urge you all to go with her.
Okay, let's rescore. $91, Gold Award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges, for your conversation. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to give Bruce a break, and Jeremy, if you can come in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Can I? Oh, Johan? Okay, challenge. Okay, go for it.
Okay. I gave this an 86, and mainly because it confused me, and I really wanted to have a discussion about what it was, and because it deserves that, because there's something in here that is being preserved, and the preservation bell over them is holding them contained and safe and protected or sheltered. And I'm not sure whether they're brothers, twins, lovers, or whatever. But do I really need to know that? It's a charming photograph with questions, and I love that it's provoking me to question what it is. I've given it an 86. Let's start the discussion.
Craig, down the other end of scoring.
Okay, yeah, I'm at 78, and I think I've probably underscored. For me, this is a couple, a young teen couple, and they're in love, but they're not ready to come out. So they're in that protective shell. And in the way that this has been styled and presented, I kind of feel like it's also maybe a little bit of an homage to Heartstopper, which is a series and a comic book that has this young teen couple. One of them also suffers from an eating disorder, so I kind of see that in the skinny guy on the left there. So I definitely feel there's a story and a narrative here of youth and staying in that protection for as long as you can, because you're afraid to be who you are and break through that bubble, as it were. So yeah, I feel like I've probably underscored, and I think that probably helps with a bit of the narrative.
Jeremy, thoughts from the middle ground?
Yeah, I scored this 83. I think this is really beautiful, and there's a really beautiful moment contained in this as well. I see that there's a union between these two. One of them looks like he's, maybe he's got his wedding tie and flowers, and the other one's got a corsage. Like, it's a nod to a union, a marriage, an unconventional one. The containment in the glass bottle may have something to do with protection and them living this dual life of love and connection, but outside influence, and maybe they're just reducing the noise by containing it in the bottle of the outside influence. But there's an honesty and rawness about their relationship, and the guy on the left is a little bit more relaxed than the guy on the right. That's the way I read their body language. But the moment between them with the little head touch and the softness of their expression, I think is really beautiful. I actually think I was a bit weak on 83, and I think this should deserve to go higher for sure.
Catherine, just quickly.
Yeah, relatively briefly. I'm on 78. Loving the commentary around this. I do have an issue with the body language of the guy on the right. I feel that emotion and connection is a full body experience, and I feel like his feet are wanting to move away and out. So I feel like the believability of what's going on the top is not matched by the body language in the bottom. And then the lighting on the as we look at it on the right, on his shoulder, his arm, his torso, it just feels a bit overlit, and it's taking us away from the moment, which is in between their faces. So that's sort of holding me back from going as high as you, but I will move my 78 up a wee bit.
Okay, any other thoughts? No, back to you, Johan. Yep.
Thank you for mentioning the feet. And Craig, thank you for mentioning what you're feeling about it. And it just cements how I feel about it. Craig mentioned about how perhaps they're not ready to reveal themselves to the rest of the world, and they live in a bubble. And maybe that's reflected in the feet, in that one is more ready than the other to do it, and so one's got this kind of walking out feel, or not as engaged because of that fear. What I love about the container and about their connection and the closeness of their foreheads and the closeness of their mouths and noses, it reminds me of when you do a hongi, where you inhale the breath of the other person, and that is contained within this air, so everything they breathe is the other person. What else do I need to say?
Okay, let's rescore. '86, silver distinction. Okay, thank you, judges, and congratulations to the photographer. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Looking along the line. Adam, I'm going to throw you under the bus. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Sorry. Get my Australians are mixed up again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little moment. To elevate it, maybe a little bit more connection with the subject. It just feels like she needs a little bit more field light in the back there. It's just getting a little bit lost as we fall away to the left. But beautiful shot, and congratulations.
Thank you, Jeremy. Sorry for that. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? We have a initial score of 78, which is a bronze award. However, Johan.
Yeah, I gave this a 79.
No, you gave it 89.
Sorry, 89. See, just like that, I got better. Yeah. There's a wonderful sense of a boring life here. The beige background printing has kind of reinforced that. It's got a sense of, well, loneliness really, presented in a sort of graphic nature, receding and disappearing, completely expressionless, no feeling, no anything else. So then it comes to the design, and I kind of wish that everything was better framed, and that on one side you've got the edge of the elevator door on the right hand side, but you don't see the middle edge of the elevator door on the left hand side. And so that sort of balance would have made it even stronger and more powerful. But as it is, it's got a wonderful full stop in the middle, and great use of beige.
Catherine, you're down the other end of scoring.
I am indeed. I'm on 73, and I am struggling with this. I think that there's the bones of a good idea, but it does feel a bit more like an exercise in colour, and less about storytelling. And those sort of aspects of the framing, I think they're critical. They're absolutely and utterly critical. That central placement of that central figure is not central. The one inside the elevator also not quite central, and then the same with the figure on the left. The framing looks intentional, but it's not been executed fully. And then the brightness that is all along the top. My eye is just straight up and out onto the elevator signs and all the highlights that go around it. And then, if it's an exercise in colour harmony, that piece around the back is more of a grey tone than a beige. So it's just, for me, there's bones, but not quite the execution to take it into the range that you're looking for.
I was going to go to Dedrick, but Craig, you're throwing your hand up.
Yeah, I am on 76. I enjoyed it for the reasons that Johan did, and for the reasons that you didn't, is why I put it at 76 as well. But what I like is this kind of vintage 70s colour and style of it. And I just thought, this is some woman in the 70s going to work with her laptop in her handbag. And, and it's got that deadpan feel to it, with the expressionless face and the boring colours. And I thought there was just a touch of humour in there. I'll definitely come up. I think high silver, but not distinction. But yeah, I really enjoy it.
Yep, Dedrick.
Sorry. Yeah, I put this in the bronze. Initially, the compositions are what I love about this. They're awkward. They're kind of not what you normally expect, and the distance, the posing of the model, the distance, everything, the composition. I think it's really, really nice. I love the lighting. I love the color palette. The only thing that stopped me from putting it into a silver is the lift, the chrome steel up the top. It's a little bit heavy, and they've had all that control, but it's, like you said, Catherine, it's very dominating. I am going to revise my score.
Okay. Yep, okay. Jump in there.
I just want to add that I think Wes Anderson would be proud of the composition. But I think like Catherine was talking about, the highlights at the top, it almost feels like it's pulling your attention to the levels of the lift. And that's where I was looking for more information to understand what's happening in this series of photographs. And unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything there that gave me any clues as to what I'm looking at.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
Yeah, excellent. So I see the highlights across the top as some kind of semaphore. It's sort of a code that us as the viewers get to read, and the longest one, the strongest one, is in the middle, and it's saying, look here. And as it becomes smaller and smaller out to the sides, you give it less and less attention. It's the awkwardness of it, of the whole imagery, of the complete imagery, that actually gives it its mirth. And yeah, I appreciate your candour and hope that your silvers are shiny ones, really. Yeah.
Okay, let's rescore. 82, shiny silver. Okay, thank you, judges. And we're just going to take a pause for a moment. So blank screen, thank you. We are just doing a technical computer swap. Somebody in here is getting a little bit zapped. Yeah, we might just do a judge change at the same time. Catherine, you can take a break. And Shirley, you can. Shirley, sorry, you're coming in. Sorry. Is that okay? Looks like we're ready to go again. A little tech changeover of a computer. Let's have the next print, please. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Is that you? Yes, you are the highest. So you're
We've got
challenging.
to talk about this. So, I think the story here is lovely. Somebody who's looking for wellness, and maybe time is just slipping away a little bit from them. There's that nod to the yoga pose. I forget which goddess it is with the arms. I can't remember. Anyway, there as well. The various different items placed in the hands all kind of speak to that wellness journey as well, and finding that inner peace and coming to terms with life, with the sands coming away and the feathers kind of floating away from her. So I put this at 84.
Shirley.
I initially scored this 73. I did see the same storyline as Craig. There are a few technical things that did keep me down. I find her head is scaled a little large for her body, and then the banding circles from the gradients that are introduced on the light sources really detract. And I would love to hear more about her expression, and I can't read what that's trying to convey, so if someone else can enlighten me.
Dederick was the up there liking it as well, so can we get a comment? He's careful contemplation. Maybe we'll
I think she's on a wellness journey for sure, or something like that. She's certainly doing lots of things. The look on her face, she's very confused and a little bit anxious. She's not getting there. There's a little bit of despair there. So she's throwing her hands up in the air. It's like, oh, I'm trying this, I'm trying that. It's not, and I'm not quite getting there. So I think it communicates a degree of desperation. I think execution-wise, it's perfectly adequate. It's not gold standard, but it's certainly an early silver for me.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Back to you, Dederick. Sorry, yeah, Craig.
Yeah, I think the expression is in a piece that hasn't been found yet. It's frustration for me, because maybe she isn't getting there, and she's trying all of these different things. So that's what that is. And at the size of the head, this does go into sort of a little bit of mythology. So I think you can be a little bit gracious there and allow that. I think, there is different scale in the hands as well. So it does follow through. I feel like that must be intentional. We're on 79. We need 1 point to get this to 80. I think it's well deserving.
Okay, let's rescore. '81 silver award. Okay, thank you for the judge's conversation there. The photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 81, which is a silver award, and yep, you can. Yes, Craig, you've got priority. Yep.
Okay. I'm not alone then. That's good.
No, sorry, I misread it.
Gosh, it comes to something when even the ducks can't get their ducks in a row. And I feel like that really just sums this image up. That there's this frustration that this child does not want to go any further up this hill. The dog's keen for the adventure. Mum's juggling a ton of stuff. And I just love the humour in this. I think it's been well crafted, well put together, great story, really good humour. And I'm at 88. I'd love you to join me.
Dederick, you're at the other end of scoring.
I scored a 77. I like it as a concept, and I'm reading slightly different. I'm reading Mother Duck taking her children up the hill, the dog, the daughter, and father duck at the very back is in the opposite direction, dragging the chain maybe, unless I've got my paradise ducks the wrong way around. It's not father duck. I like it as a concept. I like the foreground. But the sky for me is very distracting. It's very heavy, and I would love to see that a little bit less distracting for the overall image to have more impact, which is why I've got it as a bronze and not a silver.
Johan?
I can be persuaded to come up.
Yep. I see this as the uphill battle of trying to get your kid to school, you know, and sometimes the dog's really keen, doesn't even go to school, but wants to go, and it's just a struggle. I'm seeing the ducks as an element of humour, but I'm not quite sure how they're fitting into the story. And I gave this an 80, and I really like this image a lot. I felt the compositing was a little bit weird around the girl's feet, and it lost its believability there, but otherwise I thought it was exceptional, yeah.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I might have been a bit low on 78. The more I look at this, the more I'm finding. I mean, the different footwear on the woman indicates maybe they're moving into a different life. Maybe they're moving to the country. Maybe she's dragging these two kids in, the dog's leading the charge. And I guess maybe with the 5 ducks, 4 of them moving in the same direction as the dog, the woman and the 2 kids is the opposite of the 1 duck that's heading out, and maybe the 1 duck heading out is the representation of somebody that they've lost in the family that's not along for the ride. I think it's been well constructed. I don't see any issues. Does one of the clouds look like a duck as well?
Yes.
Keep talking. Convince me to come up.
Okay, Craig, back to you.
All right, a few things in this that we want to maybe address. So, Deirdrick, the sky, for me, she's like, get on with it. There's a storm rolling in. The clouds are gathering. So it does look like a duck as well. So definitely there's a duck. I feel like she's a solo mum. She's juggling multiple roles. Look, she's wearing a gumboot and a high heel. So she's either had to leave the house in a real rush with the only 2 shoes she could find, or that's a symbol that she's fulfilling multiple roles and she's juggling all these different jobs and all of that. So I think there's a really deep story here. If the girls' feet are the thing that make this unbelievable for you, Johan, I think that their photographer's doing a good job, because I don't know how many duck families follow dogs and crazy kids on these journeys uphill. So I'm at 88. Please join me.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, you brought them up. 85, silver distinction. Okay, great. Thank you for all that, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 73. So, can we get a comment? Yep, Craig, a comment?
Yeah, I think you've got a beautiful tonal range through this and some lovely details, and I think the composition is really strong as well. In a category where we can pretty much do anything, it's a real shame that you haven't dealt with the white straps on the dress, either changing them black or removing them completely, so it wasn't so jarring on the back of the body there. But yeah, really nice lines and and tonal range through here. So well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Craig. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Shirley, I'll pick on you.
This is a really interesting exploration in the rhythm and the repeating patterns of bubbles, and seeing that face through the bubbles. It's because it is so obscured, it is quite hard to read about the portrait, and I do think personally the far left little bubble, had that been a singular image by itself, that's definitely the strongest with so many eyes in there. When using patterns and repeating rhythm so heavily, it needs to all be there for a reason, and yeah, keep going. This is a lovely concept, but don't overdo patterns.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Shirley. Shirley, sorry. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got an initial score of 90, which is the gold award. Initial score. Okay, and who wants to do?
Who's the highest scores?
Craig's got priority, but it's entirely up to you guys which one takes it.
You go for it, Johan.
Okay. Johan's challenging.
Right, I gave this a 96, and what a sense of distress. And this is self-inflicted distress. This is where you beat yourself up because there's so much of yourself demanding of yourself. You can feel it. You look at this image and you feel the suffering and how it manifests itself in the closure, even though everything around you, which is yourself, is loud and wanting of you. Tonally, this image is simply divine. It is powerful strong, evocative, and deserving of something more than a dirty old gold.
Dedrick, you're at the lower end of scoring.
I am. I scored this 82. I take on board everything you're saying. I'm fully with you in that regard. Tonally, the image composition, the screaming voices, the despair. I got stuck on her expression. It wasn't quite as believable as I would love it to be, which is why I scored it in a silver, thinking that maybe I would get talked up to a silver with distinction. But I'm listening with open ears.
Okay, Craig, do you want to go?
Sure. So I'm actually at 97. And you know, the immediate reaction to this was that it potentially was a story about motherhood and how you can be pulled in all different directions as a mother. But when you read this from left to right, it becomes very clear that this is somebody that is battling their inner demons, their childhood trauma, the things that haunt them, the imposter syndrome. It starts off on that side with those quite youthful looking entities, I will call them, and as you go to the right hand side, they look like they're getting older. So this is past trauma that is haunting her. As for her expression, I think she looks horrified. And then this one's making me a bit emotional. That final figure on the right just reaching in, just wants to just pull her and just take her away from all of this all. And I think it's really powerful. I've scored it 97. I think we should probably take this some points higher.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't see this as like a memory. I see this as a now. Oh, sorry, I scored 88, so I'm not far from gold. It feels like it's happening to her now, and I believe the expression. I can feel the gritted teeth. The treatment of this image is insane. It looks 3D. It looks like a motif. It's like a concrete press. It's insane. And there's parts of those figures on the flanks that are stronger than other parts. So there's these kind of ghostly elements to these solid influences coming at this poor girl. Is it night terrors? Is it schizophrenia? I don't know. Like, there's so many questions, but I don't need the answer to those questions for me to believe that the trauma that this person is experiencing. I'm very happy to come up to gold.
Sarah Lee, anything to add?
I don't really have a lot to add. My narrative that I read into it is childhood or teenage depression, and when you become aware of that, socially aware as you grow up of what other people think of you, and this little girl was projecting all these negative thoughts and all these demons reaching out to her. I initially scored at 86, and I'll be coming up.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
It's not often that we want to reward an image that talks about torture or pain, but those are real things. And often a portrait is, about revealing a part of somebody's personality or character. And we can see something about this person that is very personal, very internal, but the photographer has externalized it for us, put it into a graphic and made it just devastating, really. You look into the face and you see hurt and pain. And that's normally, you wouldn't normally reward a photographer for showing hurt and pain. But in this case, you reward the photographer for doing it so well. Please do.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $95, gold distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer, and thank you for our judges. Just while we've got this brief moment, we're going to do a judge change. Johan, you've been here a while, you can take a break. And Adam, come on up. No. Okay, thank you. Just log. Okay, can we have the first next print, please? We have a score of 71. So can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, okay, go, Adam.
There's a nice intensity in the stare back at it that the eyes really arrest you, and then to improve the image, I think it's just about then the technical aspects of what the brightness that pulls us away from that gaze. We lose a little bit of detail in the hand and around the hair, and then we sort of even the texture or the motif that's coming in around the outside gets lost in that brightness. So, but nice work in the front there.
Okay, thank you for the comments there. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 71. So can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Jeremy?
Yeah, it's a lovely little moment. I think what would help with this image is just a little bit more separation from the background, and unfortunately the trunk of the tree on the left is just a little bit distracting as well. And also just the back of the woman's dress on the left there, just flailing out, it's a little bit distracting as well. So I think if they were addressed, or maybe that angle was changed, I think that would help keep us focused on the moment.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Jeremy. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 74. Can we get a comment for the photographer? Craig? Yep.
Yeah, I think there's a really fantastic concept here, and I really enjoyed the personification of the balloon clouds. The compositing together of this is not quite consistent enough to take it into awards range. So think about your light sources, think about your shadows and where they would fall, and in such dramatic light, how harsh the shadows might be as well. I think if you can tie all of those elements together and make it more cohesive, you'd be onto a winner here. This would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Craig. Can we just have blank screen? We're just going to give you, Craig, a break. And Tony, can you come in? Okay, all good to go. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74. Yep. Sarah Lee?
I am going to challenge this up to bronze. I initially scored at 78 because I have a really strong emotional reaction of discomfort. I find this a really deformed face or deformed portrait to look at. And just the sheer number of eyes so tight in the top of the image, how narrow or how dark it is around that neckline. I think it's a very conceptual way of presenting someone, and I find, I believe it should be awarded bronze just on the fact that it's really unsettling to look at.
Jeremy, you're down the lower end.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah Lee, and I think that's why I scored at 70. The unsettling, it's hard to look at. I actually find it very difficult to look at, the way that the lips that are distorted and that eye to the left. I'm kind of looking for something a little bit more to land on. I'm listening.
Adam?
Look, I don't have a lot more to add. I'm unsettled a bit. I was curious to get up into the top and really look at it. And what pulled, I'm at 75 because I was rewarding the top half of the image because I wanted to look around it all day, even though it was unsettling. It's the bottom half of the image, and especially the bubble on the bottom right. That it feels like every other bubble gives me a different payoff, and those ones don't contribute to. And I really wanted to push it up there, but I wanted to also reward with the low bronze what I got out of the top half of the image.
Okay, any other thoughts? Sarah Lee, back to you.
So the power of this image is that we don't settle anywhere. Our eyes keep flicking around it, and they go from points that we don't quite want to keep looking at to the next point that we don't want to keep looking at for very long. That lone bubble down by itself down the bottom, I see a bit of a growth, and if it's a distorted face or mutant face, etc. I think that sort of really adds an element of distortion to the body as well. Without that large amount of negative space or simplicity at the bottom, it doesn't counterbalance the top in so much detail up there. So I think if it was just the top half, it'd be too much, it'd be too confusing. And I think there's a lot of balance in this image. So if you think it's worth a bronze, please do score high.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 75, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. I'm sure the photographer will be happy with that result. And can I have the next print, please? Okay, we've got an initial score of 87, silver distinction. And, yep, yep, there's two of you up there, so it's entirely Tony is.
Yeah, I'm on 96. So I guess I really believe in this image. You know, the power of this image is that inner workings of these people, their legs, how they're all entangled, sitting at the base of that tree and how it sort of moves up into that top beautiful curve. How the relationship with the trees working around them, how they're all twisted and knotted just like their bodies in together. The imperfections in the top of the tree, those knots, that just leading out of the frame, but how everything sort of curves around and gives you the feels. The print quality of this is superb. The overall finishing is beautiful. The lighting has been crafted and worked to perfection. I've given it gold with distinction. Tell me the faults.
Jeremy?
Alrighty. Yeah, I was quite a few points away. I was in bronze. Yeah, I mean, paper choice, beautiful. The scene is beautiful. The composition, the fog, like technically it is beautiful. It's a spectacular image. I was struggling to connect with it though, so I'm listening and please convince me otherwise, but I was just questioning the why. I just didn't feel a moment between the two subjects nestled in the tree. But visually it's very pretty and, you know, please convince me otherwise.
Sarah, Adam, while Sarah Lee's gathering her
Yeah,
thoughts.
I admit I was shy, and I did come around. I'm at 84. I was thinking about going into silver distinction, and I too see the motif, the motif of the two of them ensconced in their own thing, and then repeated in the trees in the background is kind of that protection, like they're protecting each other in the way the other trees did that. I think I was initially held back by, I kind of am drawn to the top of the tree rather than them, and I think that's the sort of technical thing that kind of pulled me back. The more I look at it though, the more I really get that sense of that's the trees sort of looking for the companionship, because all the other trees have got friends or, you know, people that are hugging them. You see the way they interact. I'm not far away. I'm definitely coming up, and I'm listening, because the more I look at it, the more I like that storyline that I've got there.
I'll go Sarah Lee first. Yep.
So I initially scored this a 97 gold. I love how it fogs out, or I see a sandstorm with the beautiful tones that are within this image, and these people who have no clothes, they're unprotected, sheltering from that sandstorm with the protection of nature and the tree. I love how the shapes almost of the two bodies create like a clasp sort of silhouette or outline to them. I agree, the three up the top, the three branches, that contrast is the only reason I haven't gone up to gold with distinction. I feel that could be explored a little bit more to find a less distracting element to the image, but I think this is such a restful, beautiful little photograph, and congratulations to the photographer for this concept.
Dedrick?
I scored this 82. Being a little bit stingy, I really love this image. The tonal range and the colour palette is fantastic. The foreground elements are just sharp enough to tell the story. The background drops off and it kind of supports that story. It's the story I'm a little bit stuck on with regards to the tree itself and those three big heavy branches up the top. I wanted to say initially, or I said to myself, wouldn't it be nice if they weren't there? And that was just a big, nice mossy rock, but we can't go there. But now I look at it, as potentially that's mother-daughter snuggling up where once there was a healthy tree, as in family, father, grandfather, that protected them. And now they're still back in that place, trying to find that same safety. So I will revise my score. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
So, I mean, I think you've found your strength and you've found a story in there, and I think that's quite beautiful that you can sort of pull that in and think about it. I think it is an image that does take a while to get your head around, but you know, I actually really enjoy the imperfections of the tree up high, and how it's not perfect around the top, but how you've got that light drifting on through, and how it sort of wraps around the tree, and then you look at them and they're wrapped around, and then your eye folds back out and goes back around those inner workings of those branches underneath the trees on the left and the right, and how their hands and their body language is the same as those little branches in the trees. It's so masterful and quiet and peaceful and restful, and you can almost feel that mist drifting in on you. I implore you to get this up as high as you can, because I think this is definitely worthy of a gold with distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $91, gold award. Okay, nice result. Congratulations to the photographer, and thank you, judges. Oh yes, we're going to do just a small judge change. Derek, you can take a break, and Catherine, can you come in? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Okay, initial score, right. Who's going to take the challenge? There's a couple of you there. Right. Adam? Sorry, Jeremy. Well, no, I was asking, Adam or Jeremy? Jeremy's taking it. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I scored this 93. I think this is beautiful. The composition's spot on. It's amazing. Traditionally, the top of her head is a little bit close to the top of the frame, but somehow it just works so beautifully, because it just draws your attention into the folds on her skin and the clothing and the background. There's a balance to this image that is so meticulously well put together that it's faultless. And I've got more questions than I've got answers, and I love that I don't have all the answers. I mean, is this woman into origami? Is this just a technique? I don't care. I don't know. It's absolutely beautiful. It's so well put together, and it's deserving of gold. Looking for, I've got support with one other. I'm not sure where everyone else is, but yeah, let's talk about it.
Pass the mic to Sarah Lee.
So I initially scored this a 78 for the questions that Jeremy brought up. I think the use of that origami texture on the dress is really, really effective, but I don't know why or what it's adding to the image, and why the right half of her face is completely clear and there's nothing on that. So I love the tonal range, but I just want to know why those choices were made by the photographer.
Tony, you're on the average there?
Yes, I scored it 83. I think there's a lot going on there, and this is beautifully crafted and finished and everything like that. But this is an image that I do want to know what the story is. So you've scored it 93, and I totally get that, but I probably need to know what a storyline is around this. It's otherwise I look at it and I go, that shoulder with that paper thing is quite dominant. But if I had a really good story that I could buy into with that, I could probably forgive it with that. So I am listening, and on my score of 83.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah, I agree that my first initial thought was that it was an exercise in technique, and it was very, very good technique. The print quality alone is worth rewarding quite well. And then I too went for the face and wondered why. And then I kind of I thought to myself, well, why? And the origami thing, I think, is close to like almost the scrumpled bit of paper, and it's all crumpled. It's all crumpled up. It's been folded in 17 different directions, and yet when we get to the resolution, she's almost wearing it like armor, because it has that kind of metallic feel. It's the different tone to it. You get to her normal skin tone, her normality, and she's owning it. She's owning all the sort of the wrinkles and the folds and all that sort of stuff that comes with it. And it's so much part of it. It's on her skin as well. She wears it as like all the things that have been have made her what she is, and she owns it, because what I get led to is the final part of the contrast in the image, which is her expression, and she just looks straight back at you and says, "I own all of this." And that's the reality that comes out of the unreality, and that's why I went up and down a few times on it, but that's why I put it just into gold, in support of it.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yeah, Catherine.
I still have more questions. I was on 78, and we're talking about an exercise in technique, but I need an explanation on the origami, which on her clothing, the origami shapes have been, brought into the clothing. So we see corners where there were no corners originally, but the origami on her body, on her skin, is simply an overlay, or it feels like an overlay, and there's no change in the shapes of her skin. And so I feel like we're being, it doesn't feel like it's fully realised in that way. And the same with her face. I feel like there's an effect on her face, but it's not fully brought to us as a whole and complete piece. I've awarded it based on the exquisite tonal range, print quality, and all those things, which I fully appreciate, but I just feel that there's parts missing still.
Okay, Jeremy, back to you.
I think that might be the bridge, Catherine, between the brief of what this person has brought to the photographer, and the photographer giving them an interpretation of what it is that is her interest or her hobby, or something about her heritage or her background, that I think if the skin was massaged into the shapes of origami, then it would take it too far out of reality. And I think there's that fine line, like with perfume, there's an element of something negative at the top end just to bring down the sweetness of it so that it feels a little bit more palatable. And I think there's something similar here with what's happening with the skin and the transition on the face, which I think is a nod to that, in that you've got this unblemished right-hand portion of her face that is as it was shot, and then the transition of this kind of fold / semi-drawn look to it that starts to lead you into where the photographer can, or the artist can, massage the shape of the dress, because we don't know what the shape of the dress looks like, as opposed to the edge of a human skin, which we know what that looks like. So I think there's a nice blend of originality leading into this crazy conceptual idea of the origami. And if I was the subject matter and I came to the photographer with this concept, I would be so happy with what they've produced. as this representation of me, of what I do, without me holding, you know, a folded swan or, you know, some other piece of origami, that would be a really obvious nod to what she's interested in. So I think there's a really fine line that they've walked to produce this piece of beautiful artwork. And the fact that I'm just going to go back to when I mentioned her head being too close at the top of the frame. I think what that does is it pulls you in to the origami part and makes it more of the highlight. So I think there's a really beautiful balance that the author or the artist has presented for us and this person that I think is worth rewarding.
Okay, thank you. Judges, please rescore. '86, silver distinction. Right, and while we've just got a blank screen, we're just going to do another judge change. Jeremy, you can actually take a break. And Bruce, come on in. Bruce? Yeah. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 71. And can I get a... Bruce? Yep, quick comment for the...
Congrats on entering. A lovely portrait of this person and their tools and their space. A couple of things to think about is what are the highlights are in this image? Where have you lost detail? What are distractions? Those sort of highlights in the background behind her really draw your eye. And also think about the category as well, because this could have gone in both either just portrait or creative portrait, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what other things you've done to this image, but the story needs to really flow in this space, and it's a nice, striking portrait, but it needs something a bit more to elevate.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Bruce. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 72. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Catherine, looking right down the end there.
Definitely an intriguing image. It's quite hard to piece together what the story is with this. And I think that's possibly needs some of those elements tying together a little bit more, in particular the little house at the bottom. I'm enjoying the shape of the matting with the shape of the moon. Really does need a bit of work on the putting together of the elements. There is some visible areas where you haven't blended in properly around the person. I think some attention to refining this would improve it significantly.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Catherine. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score. We have a score of 81, silver award. Yep, Catherine, challenging.
Yes, indeed. I gave it 86. This image moves before my eyes. I think it's quite clever, the way the puzzle pieces, you don't know if they're sort of erupting out of the earth, and then you get the same effect at the back with the clouds or smoke or, whatever that is going on in the background. And then you've got the, some movement through the statues around the front of the building. So it has a sort of moving horror film feel to it. I think that the lighting, initially I felt that the lighting on her was too bright, too over the top. But then I feel that it feels like almost like spotlight, street light upon her. So it gives it that sort of cinematic feel. And, it's not meant to be reality. It's not reality at all. So I feel that in this instance, that sort of theatrical feel adds to that horror film idea that we're seeing here.
Tony, thoughts from the other end of the scoring?
Yeah, I'm on 76. I'll definitely come up into early silver. I don't think I can get to distinction. I hear everything you're saying, and I do love the sense of drama and how it feels, but I also feel like the handling is quite clumsy as far as the darkening down and the shadowing under the hand darkness, and it just over-treated as well as the ground. So I sort of feel like it hasn't really had that sort of fine eye run over it, and the paper choices sort of still made me feel like that. So, but I still can see the merit in it, and I have definitely underscored it, and we'll be coming up into early silver.
Bruce, thoughts from the middle ground?
Thoughts from the middle ground. I enjoyed this image. I think there's a story here of a person who is leaving something behind. Like they've built this place. There's that figure, ominous figure in the top window, and their house of cards or the puzzles are falling to bits, and their heart is that puzzle piece they're throwing out. So story-wise, I think it's really good. My concern, and the only reason I didn't go up to silver distinction, was the clouds at the top. I thought they were meant to be maybe a fire or something, but I can't reconcile with what's going on with the rest of the frame. So take the figure and down, I really love, but that top bit is just a little out for me. But I do love the story idea in this.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I love your take on this, and are the pieces of the puzzle behind her or in front of her? And maybe that's for her to determine. those clouds for me, you know, I guess the clouds, the dark, moving, moody clouds could have some further symbolism. You know, there's a bit of sort of the oppressive feel of that figure behind. I think there's lots of narrative in there. The handling of this, I think, is appropriate. I think that you know, it makes that figure really pop out and move towards us. It's dramatic, it's moody, and there's you know, some great narrative content there. I'm love to see you bring it up a little bit higher, guys.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. You solidified that silver, 84. Okay. All right, thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 71. And message, yep, okay, go Adam. Yep, a comment, yep.
Well done for the photographer for trying to bring us something over the initial portrait as well. There is something to find in there. Have a look at how the flame balances through. It's quite tight down where on that reflection is, and we're kind of pulled away by all that sky, especially because of the bright highlights. So to really emphasise the connection between those two characters, perhaps just balancing them within the frame and then working on how you can create a context between the two of them as well.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Adam. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Looking down the line. Adam's throwing a hand up again.
I love it. There's certainly a lovely sense of the melancholy, I guess, that you get. Because the hands are kind of so dominant, I kind of want to see that reflected through that part of the expression as well. So perhaps a little bit more tension within those that would then sort of give us, you know, back into that emotion and lead us around the image. But yeah, it's an interesting presentation. So well done.
Okay, thank you for that. Some nodding from the other judges with those comments too. So, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of, or initial score of 90, which is a gold award. But, Johan, would like to challenge that?
This is an incredibly original psychedelic kaleidoscopic portrait. It's mind-bending, it's captivating, it's a curiosity, and it's just simply weird. It's almost inexplicable, but we know what it is. I gave this a 96, and yeah, I'd like to hear what other people are thinking.
Down the other end, Catherine or Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 82 with this. I think it is weird. I get Tin Man Punk is what I get. I guess visually, I think it's interesting visually, but it doesn't move me or give me much beyond that. I sort of look at it. I look at the different sections in the image. I find them intriguing. I find I'm predominantly drawn towards the area with nothing in it, or very little in it. That forehead space. And I'm not compelled to really explore the central areas as much, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, so that I'm not drawn in and held in those areas. And the other thing, since you're talking about gold, you know, like around some of the squares, like there's some sort of white edging, like, and I'm assuming that's just where those pieces are placed. So I don't think it's any editing flaw as such, but visually I find that a break in the sort of cohesion as a whole sort of abstraction of the piece.
Sarah Lee? Or, yep. Okay, Adam? Oh, sorry.
Oh my God, dude.
Now you've done it. Bruce. Sorry, Bruce.
Yeah, I was on 93. I'm coming up with you, Johan. I think it's striking and bold and innovative. The thing that got me is like I kept looking at it going, what are the bits and pieces? Obviously, you can kind of tell they're the bits of the person, inverted and crossed and that, but my brain's going to different things like science and academics and textural, but audio and physics and stuff because of the different line work and things like that. You could look at the eyes and think of a petri dish and other places. So if I was like going, if this was a predominant scientist or something like that, or a predominant musician who works in that psychedelic or tool-like field, this could be such an evocative way of communicating a different style of their life or that person. And if it was a recognisable person, you'd instantly recognise this person, even though it's so abstract. That I think this is crazy cool, and I'm coming up to gold distinction.
Okay, other thoughts? Sarah Lee? No, nothing to add? Okay. Tony, are you reaching for the thing?
I'm dragging the chain with this one. You know, I think it's when from back here, you really get the feels of something quite different. But then when you get in there, it's a total letdown. And I think it's just play for play's sake. And I don't get anything intellectual in there at all, really. I just see a lot of playing and a lot of things that you don't understand, that don't connect as a person. And I just think it's play for play's sake.
Okay.
So that's
Johan?
why I won't be coming right up, but it probably doesn't matter when you only need 3.
All right, Johan.
I appreciate the lack of information in that bright area above the eyes. It gives me cause to pause in the chaos that is everything else. It gives me a room to sit and think, and it kind of suggests an intellectualism for that person, something where they might be a thinking kind of person. I really did love your Tin Man punk. I think that's great. But I think it goes further than that. And this abstraction isn't to say, who is this person, what did they do, or anything like that. This is the creative side of using a portrait to be creative as opposed to using creative to make a portrait. It qualifies obviously very well for this category. If it was a person and we were trying to say they are sad, happy, intelligent, bright, or whatever it is, it's going to fail. It is going to fail for that. But it's not that category. It's the category where no holds barred, do what you like. And this is what the author has given us, and I'm judging it as a creative concept as much as anything else. And by coincidence, it includes facets of face. This kaleidoscopic image is quite riveting. You look at it and can explore it for many, many things. You see lovely details. The things that are sharp are beautifully sharp. They're complex and confusing. And that complexity made me bring it up into a gold with distinction. That's it.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Johan, have you put your number in? Okay, 95, gold with distinction. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, whose hand was that? I can't. Sarah Lee, thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer on your silver award. I love the juxtaposition of modern technology with the chalkboard background, and how this man is going through a Google AI conversation for psychology or for therapy. It's a very sad story, obviously, with him not there at the end and the use of the darkness. I think just working with your model a little bit more to get more of a convincing expression from him, I think you could really have pulled a lot more emotion from this image if we had had him in much more of a distraught expression perhaps. So keep going, it's a lovely concept.
Okay, thank you for the thoughts there, Sarah Lee. And we'll just do a quick judge change while we've got a blank screen there. Sarah Lee, you can actually take a break. You've been on with us for a little while. And Johan, come on back. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Adam, like to challenge that? Okay.
Yeah, I've scored it at 82 as a low silver. I first of all wanted to reward the photographer for the holding the detail so well and the print quality. That there's enough detail in that right hand image to see right into it. It's a real menace about that, and I kind of then wanted to develop the story. And what I came with is that when this guy's in the light, when he's visible to most people, he's trying really hard to be, he's not a happy person, but he's trying to put on a brave face, I guess. But when he's dark, when the lights turn out and he's sort of down, and he's really dark and he's really menacing. But when we come into the light, I think I really love the way I can look into that right hand image and still see all that menace amongst all that. So yeah, I just thought we'd have a discussion about it.
Catherine?
Yeah, I'm on 73 with this. I think there's a concept of the light and the dark. I really enjoy your take on it. I find the dark image. I think that's intriguing, and I wanna explore that and go into that. The image on the left, I find, is letting the concept and the image on the right down through its choice of that highlighting, which is really, really focusing on the bridge of his nose and down to his nose, his forehead, and letting very little light into his eyes. I think the eyes would be really critical to execute that concept and finish it off well.
Johan, you were on the average. Thoughts?
I'm on 77, and I'm kind of backing up Catherine on this one. I feel further the use of the cap in the second image, it's kind of like a warm, friendly element that actually competes with the darkness you're talking about. So I'd like to reward it, and I've given it a bronze, but I don't know if I can go to silver, but keep talking.
Okay, Adam, back to you.
Yeah, and perhaps I had those exact thoughts when I first went up to it, and then when I was developing the narrative, I thought, well, maybe the only time we see this guy is under the street light. So it's still dirty. He's still sort of, but and then when all the lights turn out, well, they'll take whatever they can get to be warm. It's probably from the op shop, or something like that. And I'm not sure. I did struggle with that as well, but that's I figured it just added to the kind of fast that he closed down. He's hunkering down with the thing. I just thought it was I wanted to first of all reward the print quality, but then a good exploration of the light and the dark as well. So yeah, maybe a couple more points would be lovely. Silver, if you like.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Adam, I think you need to put your number in. Okay. 77, bronze award. Good feedback and conversation for the photographer. Thank you. And can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 72. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Johan.
Got a really strong sense of vibrant, lively, exciting music here, but the subject, the person, looks a little bit angry. And I would have liked a bit more energy from that person. I don't know whether it's just cool to be angry or whatever, but I just feel that their contribution to the photograph is a little disappointing.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Johan. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a double judge change. So, Adam, you can take a break, and Craig, come on in. And Catherine, you can take a break, and Stacey, come on in. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Team. Yep. Okay.
Yep,
So
I'll
we're
take the.
oh, are you going to challenge it or are you going to score?
Yeah, I'll challenge it. Seeing as we've got a rescore anyway, we may as well have a quick talk about it.
Yep.
So I'm on 81. I think for just the beautiful way that it's been put together, the stylistic choices that the photographer has made, and I love just the over stylizing of the stars and the matching of the headpiece and all of that. So I put this at 81 for that reason, and we have to rescore anyway. So let's get it up there.
Okay, the spread isn't huge. Johan?
Yeah, I gave this a 78 for a lot of reasons. I love the concept. I love the machinations of it. I just feel that she's lacking feeling. She's pouring nothing over her belly. So I feel kind of let down by that. And I'm just trying to put the story into it, but because she's not giving anything back, she's just standing there doing the things, I can't reward it with a silver, but I did reward it with a bronze because I thought it was quite well executed.
Okay, have we got any other thoughts? Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yep, I don't disagree with any of that, but I guess I put it in an 81 and you put it a little bit lower than me. Yeah, just for the production value is why I placed it in silver. So, yeah, let's rescore.
Okay, let's rescore. All right, now you're in a review situation. The score has remained at 79. We need, just let me push the button, judges. We need a 79 or an 80 out of you. Okay, 79, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got an initial score. We have an initial score of 90, which is a gold award. And yes, Johan, you have priority.
What a fragile man. What is this? What's happening to this man? What's happened to him to make him like this? His hands are all fudgy. They're not what they used to be. They're not as mobile and active, and they feel like mush sometimes. He can see clearly sometimes, but not always. His thinking is sometimes vague. Sometimes he just doesn't know what's really happening. There's a tactile distortion on his clothing and around him, creating kind of a woolly effect, which is kind of somehow perhaps how he feels sometimes. But then there are singular moments of clarity that make him whole. I've given this a 97 for that.
Okay, Bruce, you're at the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I was struggling with story, so thank you. That's awesome. That was my biggest thing. I was 82 at silver because I really liked the technique and the idea, and that bit of colour with the eye is just done so well. But I was like, I couldn't get over technique. I was like, what is this? And thank you, you've answered that. So I'll be coming up.
Craig?
Yeah, I'm on 94. I am going to come up significantly, I think. Wow. This is just an image that just feels so heartbreaking to me. This is somebody I feel is suffering with dementia. There are clear moments and hazy moments, and the tools for him to communicate are indistinct in most places but sharp in some, and then there's that ultimate clarity in colour with that one eye where the crystal clear memory has I think I might take this to 99.
Stacey?
This is just really incredibly powerful. I scored it a 91, and I will be coming up. I just wanted to add, for me, the story was around this person fading away, and I just think that really the treatment, the way it's been done, just really complements that incredibly well. And obviously, with that period of that eye of real clarity into the soul, but that whole idea of somebody fading away over time, and it's just incredibly powerful. I'll be coming up.
Okay. Any other thoughts? No, back to you, Johan.
Nobody's mentioned the posing. You see this man who has his shoulders humble, his hands humble, feeling the weight of everything, and looking back at you and almost asking you for help. It's such a powerful image. I don't want to repeat what I've said. You know what I want. Craig knows. Thank you.
Okay, judges, let's rescore.
That's a massive move.
Okay, 96, silver distinction. Gold distinction. 96, gold distinction. We all got carried away. Okay, all right. Let's all take a breath. Okay, and oh yes, we are going to do a little judge change after that, actually. So, Catherine. Yep. Bruce, you can take a break. And Tony, if you take a break. And Jeremy, if you come in. Okay, can we have, everybody good? Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 74. And can I get a comment? Yeah, Craig? Oh, you want to challenge it? Yep, go for it. Yep, Catherine?
So I gave this 78, so a strong bronze, and I'd love to see it rewarded for just its simple strength and honesty. Just the way she's standing so front on, and she's so central in the frame there, and there's such a power in that. Also just the way she's dressed with that slightly older fashioned clothing just gives us a timeless quality, and it takes you back and it makes you really think about her connection with this whenua, this land that she's in. Yeah, I'd just like to talk about it a little bit, hear what you guys think.
Craig, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I'm at 68 on this one, and that is what I want to get from this image, but I'm not getting from this image. I think that this is a strong and powerful character, but we are looking down on them, and the posing just doesn't say strength to me at all. And I feel the composition is not balanced with the headland in the background. I think if we'd shot this from lower angle to give her power and make her more heroic and place her off center, that would balance the landscape more. So I get where you're coming from, but I just don't feel it in the way it's been captured here.
Okay, the thoughts from the middle ground, maybe Adam? Sorry. No? Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Okay, so what we're on 74.
Yep.
So we're nearly there. I'm just asking for a bronze on this, and I think, Craig, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I think it's obviously just a matter of interpretation, because for me, that simplicity of the front-on stance is its strength, and that's coming from it's just so honest. I feel that if you had. I don't feel like she's being shot down on. I feel this is just straight on. And I think if you'd come lower, as you suggest, you would have had that horizon line going through her head. So for me, she feels connected with the landscape. It's just simple, honest photography. And I'm just asking for a bronze. We're 1 point off, and see what you can do.
Let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 75, bronze award. Okay, thank you for that, judges. The photographer will be very happy with that result. We're just doing a changeover to digital, which should only take moments. So, judges, just stretch your legs, but don't go anywhere. That's it, we're done, we're in there. It's a Formula One changeover. Awesome. Okay, are we ready? Okay, are you guys ready? One, okay, go. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Stacey, you'd like to challenge that?
I put this into 85, and I was really kind of confused by it, but I really enjoyed the confusion by it. It felt like it's been really put together really well. I love that strong posing, and there's lots of different elements in it that kind of make this quite exciting for me. The background looks like it's a curtain within that box, and that's really interesting. And then obviously there's the kind of the canvas in front of the body. The body's clothed, and then the canvas is obviously, we're seeing the naked body. I don't know whether she's hiding something. She's almost like this person is, they want to be an exhibitionist, but they can't quite bring themselves to be an exhibitionist. And I really love that kind of conflict between all of these things. It just makes it really interesting, and I'd really love to have a bit of discussion about this.
Johan, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I gave this a 79, and I gave it 79 because I really, really wanted to give it a silver, but there's something I couldn't explain, and I felt that if we got into a discussion, it might happen. So I love the almost X-ray effect of the canvas across the front, but I'm missing the subject's left arm coming from her shoulder into the rest of her arm. And I just was a bit disappointed by that execution element, because that side of her torso there starts looking a little bit unusual in the story. And I believe my understanding of the story is that canvas is exposing her in a way, and it's supposed to be true to her form, but it's not quite. Yeah.
Catherine? Oh, done? Yep, Catherine?
I can't really explain the piece of missing arm, but I gave this an 81 silver, and I think it deserves a few more points. It is a really intriguing image, and although I don't completely understand the narrative as well, it does have that suggestion of both, being an exhibitionist, as you say, but also hiding, with that black streak across the eyes. Such a strong pose, though, really, really elegant, even right down to the little pointed toe there, and I'm really enjoying the three-dimensionality of the box and the suggestiveness of a stage that comes from the curtain behind. It's really quite thought-provoking, and I think it deserves some more points.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Stacey.
Thanks for that. I love that idea of it being a stage. I think that really helps with the narrative a bit to present that it is there's something quite theatrical going on.
Whoa. Whoop, we just lost power.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
That's
back.
weird.
Yeah, that idea of it being a stage and theatrical is just absolutely wonderful. I didn't feel that the thing in front was meant to be an X-ray. I felt it was more of a painting or something, and that it wasn't necessarily meant to line up exactly. And I also felt that the sleeves of the figure behind were obviously quite billowy and floaty, and obviously the person underneath is a much slimmer, frame. So I don't think it was meant to match up, and I don't feel like it needs to match up. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with those elements. So I'd really encourage you just to bring it up a few more points if you can, because of the intrigue and the theatre.
Okay, let's rescore. Brought it up a couple. 82, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Jeremy? Yeah?
Yeah, I thought this was a really beautiful image. Lots of questions. I think the questions are worth diving into. The movement with the head is obviously the most extreme with this image, which raises questions about why. But I kind of don't care. I think it's really beautiful and it's well executed. It's obviously a multiple exposure, but they've considered it really well, especially around the torso and the breast, where they haven't repeated it outside of the body line, whereas on the legs and shoulders and obviously the head they have. So I can't comment on that because I have no idea as to the why, but visually it works really well. It's a powerful, strong, bold image that possibly has a narrative. I don't care that I don't understand the narrative. I enjoy looking at it and it's intriguing.
Craig, you're at the other end of things?
Yeah, I'm at 73 on this, and I really enjoy the colour palette in the background and the strength in the pose and the blur of the head and all of those things, Jeremy. But the main area of interest and where your eye rests in this image are those vibrant red areas, and then really the areas that I should be resting on, or I necessarily want to. I want to be kind of taken up to that body and that crazy blur in the head. So that vibrance there really just kept me out of taking it into awards range, but I'm listening.
Catherine, thoughts from the middle ground?
I think if you have legs like that, you'd be wanting them celebrated. I think it creates, the legs are creating really quite a cool little triangle in there that's echoed with the positioning of the hands. And the blur of the head, when you blur your eyes, it sort of looks a bit like a robotic sort of stripy box sitting on top of a person's head. So it's really quite intriguing. I gave this a 78. The reason I hadn't come up into silver is that I found the effect of the double exposure on the multiple exposure on the shoulder there, just creating quite a bright sort of double blob on the shoulder. But that's such a little point. I think it is an intriguing image with a really cool colour palette, and there's strong compositional stuff going on here as well. So I think I'll be coming up to silver.
Any other thoughts? Okay, Jeremy, back to you.
Yeah, Craig, just commenting on the red on her legs. I mean, that might be the most powerful part of her body and the part that she's most proud of and wanted highlighted. So it's kind of difficult for us to pinpoint that as possibly a problem, whereas for the photographer and for the subject matter, it might have been the point that they wanted to highlight. So Catherine, thank you for pointing out the triangles in there. That's actually makes it even more powerful for me. I'm only asking for a silver, so if there's space for points to move up, I encourage you to.
Okay, let's rescore. Jeremy, I think you have to enter on your keyboard there. Thank you. Okay, 81, silver award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer, and thank you, judges. Are we going to do that? Yeah. Okay, we're just going to do a little judge change. Johan, take a break. And Diederik, sorry, where are you? Okay, cool, jump in. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72. And can I get a comment for the photographer? Yep. Okay. Go, Craig.
Yeah, I think the subject's been lit really nicely here, and I really enjoy the texture in the background. I think that brings a mood to the image. A couple of things to improve, perhaps posing with the arm so strong and coming across the body, it blocks the connection to the subject a little bit, so angling the body slightly differently. And just have a look at some of the masking around that top hand in particular. It's very obviously masked there, and that little gap between the head and the hand seems much lighter than the background around the outside, so have a look into that as well.
Okay, thanks for the feedback there, Craig. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Looking down the line there. Yep. Stacey? Okay.
This is really, really beautiful. The photographer has done a really polished and clever job of really making me believe that this person is underwater. The little bubbles at the top, the fish at the bottom, she just looks incredibly polished. She's lit beautifully. It's been processed beautifully, and it's very, very well executed. Everything about it just screams silver with distinction. It's wonderful.
Okay, thank you for that, Stacey. And Radio, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 83, which is a silver award. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yep. Oh, yep. You probably want to jump in a little bit quicker than that, but yes. Yep. You're quite welcome to.
I've given it a silver distinction. I love the narrative, the storytelling. She's had her wings clipped. She's whether she's done that herself or whether somebody's forced that on her, we don't know. They're in a cage, the door's open, all's not lost. I love the lighting, the colour grading, the depth of field. Everything's working really well for me. And I think it's just, it's a little bit more than a normal silver. We're only talking a few points.
Craig, you're at the lower end of scoring.
Yeah, I'm at 77, and I really like the narrative here. I think the posing and the hands, especially the anguish there, and I think there's a song lyric that says she kept her wings in a cage or something like that. So kind of getting that from it. Where I struggled a little was why are they placed so awkwardly on her hip, and I would really like to see a little more refined execution on the wounds on her back for me to take it up into silver. So if you can talk to that, then I'll be happy to move my score.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah, Craig, I questioned that as well, but I can see that it looks like it's sandwiched between the bottom of her arm and her leg. So she's using those to hold on to the cage while she's trying to scratch her back or ease the pain that she's feeling. I was on 82, so I was pretty close to the average. I would have gone higher if there was a little bit more finessing around that hand grasping the back there. There's a really thick black line around it that made it slightly unbelievable. And I'm just struggling with all that negative space down the bottom right corner as well. I kind of feel like if she was just placed a little bit lower in the frame, there might have been a little bit more space, and I could potentially go higher. So I'm listening, Deirdre.
Any other comments? Yep, back to you, Deirdre.
I think compositionally it works really well. I really enjoy that it is dark down the bottom right-hand corner, in fact, bottom half almost. We are drawn into the top left third. That's where the light's coming from. The hands, the more I look at this, the more I think maybe this is actually not self-harm, but she's actually restricting herself because the way she's not happy with herself or where she's at. Yeah, I think to mark it down on some technicalities when there's so much narrative and emotional content seems a shame, really.
Okay, thank you. Can we rescore, please? Deirdre. I think you need to hit enter on your keyboard or something to that effect. Okay, no problem. Okay, 84, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. And okay, next image, please. We have a score of 68. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Catherine?
It's a beautiful colour palette and styling here, and I'm really appreciating that mournfulness of the gaze and the intensity of that expression to the camera. I think to elevate this, the crop is feeling quite awkward with the ear clipped off on the left and then the fingers off on the right, but and then the sort of hand is very truncated both in the fingers and the wrist. I'm not quite sure who that hand belongs to. But also the first thing that my eye went to was that really, really bright patch right behind them. So I think you're onto something with the idea, but maybe just keep working at it to elevate the image.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? We've just got the same technical issue occurring again here at the moment. So just a moment while I get this coming through. Okay, we're at a score of 74. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, okay, Craig.
Yeah, I really enjoy the tonal range through here, and I think that there's a bit of a story with why the hands are so red. Maybe it's something to do with anxiety, or even this person works with their hand, maybe. I also really enjoy the fact that the way the hair is laid over the face, it looks like the shadows are another face. So I think there's some strengths here. I think just to elevate it, we probably just need to refine the concept a little bit more. And I'm kind of missing where that arm comes through under the legs. And so just playing with the posing and the body positions to just give that a little bit more clarity, I think would elevate this.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Craig. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we got a score of 73. So can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Looking down the line there. Jeremy?
Yeah, the composition's really great. I just think there's a lack of engagement with the subject, which is kind of drawing me out of the frame. So I think if we can just keep the contact and engagement and draw a little bit more personality out of them for us as the viewer to connect with, I think that would really help elevate the image.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Jeremy. And can we have the next print image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. However, Catherine, you'd like to challenge?
Yeah, I gave this a gold on 92. I think it's really quite exquisite and just so striking, such a striking use of light and shape. Really innovative with all the circles going on and the repetition of that, you know, right from the hair. Craig, can you just move to the side slightly? Sorry. The hair and then the little half circles down the back and the arms. And I'm really enjoying the shape of the clothing there, not only the waspish little waist, but the way that the piece over her shoulder is a half circle in itself with then the little half circles down her back. And I think the spread of light and dark throughout this image works really successfully with those little highlights there. And then you're flowing around. She's beautifully placed in that circular frame. And I feel like the light on her face, particularly just around that mouth and jaw, is just absolutely exquisite, that dark edging to it. I think this is innovative and I'm struggling to find fault in it, so I would like to talk about it.
Craig.
Well, I've clearly underscored this at 78. I guess what held me there initially is the fault that I saw around it, Kathleen, was the tidying up and the work that's been done around the edges of the hair on her that just kind of let it down a little bit for me. But I think that maybe I'm being a little bit picky to keep it down at a bronze for that reason. So I can definitely come up. I'm not sure I'm in gold, but keep talking.
Yep, Jeremy. From the middle there.
Yeah, I scored this 87. I didn't go into gold because of the reasons that you just explained, Craig. I'm getting the illusion of like a blue fringe at the back of the hair, but it's so minor and I'm questioning my own brain if I'm seeing it or not. But I just love the way that they've played with the circles and the perspectives, especially as we get further down the body with the really cinched waist. And it's almost like the sleeve of her arm is the sleeve of her arm with those circles cut out to reveal the underlayer of skin. I think there's been a really nice play of texture and shape that work really well. And the expression and the light on her face is perfect.
Okay. Have we got any other thoughts? Yep. Didrik?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I absolutely love the lighting. The way the authors worked with the circles compositionally and texturally, they've been able to continue. It's really hard to describe actually. It just all works so well, and it's been so carefully thought through and executed, and it just works. It's it's quite yummy, and I'll be moving my score up.
Say what you gave it.
What's that?
Say what you gave it.
Okay.
I gave it an 87, and I'm going to move up.
Catherine, looks like it's back to you. Oh, yep, sorry. Yeah, go Stacey. Yep, sure.
I really enjoy all of those really points that you made about the strength and the strikingness of this, and it's very poised and very beautiful. I put it on an 83 because I struggled with the circles on the arm. I felt like they look really computerized, like they've just been cut out of the image and they're too perfect and they're too round and they don't kind of look like how am I trying to say this? I want them to look a little bit more like they're integrated with it rather than just a computerized circle taken out of there. So, but I do appreciate all those other things. So I will definitely be coming up into the silver distinction range, and I'd love to hear if you can talk a bit more to get me in the gold.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Great, thank you everyone. Just to address your comments there, Craig, I think your eyesight is better than mine. I've gone up and had another look, and even with my reading glasses on, I can sort of see maybe around the top of her hair there, but really it is so minor. It's such a tiny detail in such a beautiful piece. I think circles being too perfect, too round, that sort of speaks for itself. You know, what would we be saying if they weren't? I feel that the circles on her arm are consistent with the treatment elsewhere in the image, and just keep that theme going so that you don't just have this straight line that doesn't work with the image anymore. And I just feel that not only is she beautifully placed against that background with the circles, and you know they're echoed in the hair and everything, but she's so nicely integrated with the background as well. You know, if you look at that far sleeve, how that continues the circle round, and then the line of the collar is all part of the big bubble around her head. It's really, really very clever. We've got two people on high silver distinction already, and I think a tiny bit of crispy hair at the top is absolutely no reason to keep this out of gold.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 90, gold award. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Thank you for the judges and their conversations there. Okay, are we going to do that? Or? Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, so we just got a little technical issue, so we're just doing a computer change. It's going to take a few moments. Okay, just while we are waiting for tech support to do their thing, just a little bit about our sponsors for this category. 921 Studios. 921 Studios is your favourite place to shoot in Christchurch, Otatahi, with a huge 7.5 by 6 metre cyclorama. There's plenty of room to bring your ideas to life. With strobe and continuous light included, it's perfect for everything from portraits to fashion to products, video or commercial shoots. Check out the studio and book your own shoot at www.921.nz or come and say hi to Craig and team at Light Chasers Rentals. Stand at the photo show. Oh, okay. So, yeah, let's go and take some photos at the new studio. While we're waiting, we'd just like to thank Ilford for providing all the gloves and that the print handlers were using in order to take best care of the beautiful print entries. Our judges' morning tea was sponsored by Emerald Hill Partnership. Our lunches, Aranga Farms have done the sponsorship for our lunches and behind the scenes eats. And Richard Linton was the sponsor of our food in the afternoon. Nice to get a bit of cash out of Richard's pockets. And we're back with after our little technical issue, and we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Jeremy?
Yeah, I scored this 87. I think this is quite successful in what it is potentially saying, and I'm picking up a couple of things. because the centre image looks like a painting, I kind of feel like maybe this is a self-portrait in a self-portrait, and maybe the photographer is also the subject who is also the subject. So there's kind of a really interesting play on what is this photograph. The other thing I'm getting as well with the masking of the eyes is it Lady Liberty? Is that the woman holding the scales, that where she's got the mask over her eyes? And I wonder if this person's felt some injustice, perhaps. So there's a few things to read in there, but more than anything else, I just think this is a really well-composed image, and I kind of love the fact that there's no alignment with the painting in the centre with the woman's actual body, but there's a mirroring of what she's wearing, and I suspect it's her. So I think this is a really intriguing self-portrait, perhaps, and I think it's worth rewarding this one. I'm encouraging you to come up a little bit higher than just an 81.
Catherine, thoughts from the lower end of the scale?
So I gave this a 76. I was a bit confused by the narrative, but again, that doesn't really matter so much. I guess what was holding me in bronze was the stiffness of the pose. I feel like she should really be flowing down. The intention is that she's flowing from one corner down to the other, and that's certainly happening with the fabric, but it just feels a little bit like, I don't know, it feels very stiff to me, and I find that quite distracting. Having said that, I am listening, and I'm enjoying a lot of other elements about the colour palette, and also just the way the photographer is making the fabric interact with the ground there. That the colour of the base there is coming up onto the dress, which is also quite intriguing. So definitely listening.
Dederick, did you have something to add? Or not? Yeah.
I'm starting to understand it a little bit better, thanks guys. The narrative was missing for me. The artist thing makes sense now. Her dress feels like it's flowing into, well, it's flowing, but it flows into what is a dress at the top to more canvas-based material. So it's soft up top where the person is, and then it flows down into a canvas, almost drop sheet type material at the very bottom. Whilst that explains the narrative, it's frustrating. That bottom, I find that bottom very jarring. It's distracting for me. And the painting portion in the middle, I don't know if it's on an angle, and I don't know if that's intentional, given everything else is so geometrical. Should it be square? But yes, it's definitely making more sense. I scored it 77.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Stacey, was that
I'm on 84, and it can easily be persuaded to come up into that next range. I think there's so many things working here for me. What actually held me back was the texture that's been applied, that seems to kind of almost go from the border across everything. And that held me back a wee bit. But the squares within the squares, the containment within the box, but then the flowing out of the box, the idea of it being the artist just adds that little bit of the extra story to me. The palette is beautiful, and I feel that I love the way it goes, that it spills out onto the floor, and it almost looks like the floor of an artist's studio. There's so much paint and colour and texture there that I think you've hit the nail on the head there with the artist's story, and I'd be happy to come into the Silver with Distinction range.
okay? Jeremy, back to you.
Yeah, thanks for your support and questions, everyone. The thing that I didn't say before is it's almost like the canvas flows out into the canvas, which flows out into the space. Like the way that the dress moves from that painting into that square and then flows out of the square into reality, I think is another hint at what is actually happening behind this image. And I would love to hear more from the photographer or the artist about the real reasons for this, but I'm loving my own interpretation of what's happening here, that there's a duplicity, there's so many different things to look at and question and answers to be answered, and I love that I don't actually know all the answers. It's actually beautiful and well created. Congratulations.
Okay, can we rescore, please, judges? Okay, 85, silver with distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. And we're just going to do a little change. Stacey, you can take a break. Sarah Lee, you come in. And Craig, you can take a break. And Catherine. Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah. Catherine with the C, Catherine with the K. Okay. Right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we got a score of 73. However, we have an automatic challenge.
Yeah, I'll take it on. I scored this one 83. I think the photographer is really challenging us with the delivery of this message. They've got I think potentially a really nice studio space to take photographs at the right time of day. And they've chosen this really awkward time of day to take this photograph and put themselves in the awkward light to highlight the issue that they're having. And, there's no hiding the message about, all the eyes on her breasts. That's her reality and that's what she lives with. And just like this image being awkward in that sunlight, I mean, she probably feels like that on a daily basis when she's dealing with, a gaze that is unwelcome. So I'm moving beyond the problems that I can see in the light choices, but at the same time, I think there's purpose and meaning behind the decisions made to capture this moment. The fact that we can't see her face, I think, is very poignant in that, she probably feels like she's a faceless human when people are always looking at her breasts. So I reward the photographer for creating such a challenging image and presenting it to us the way that they have. And I think it's worth rewarding the photographer for such a brave delivery of an image it's not dressed up and it's not perfect. In fact, it's really awkward and it's lit in a really tough way. But I think that these decisions are on purpose from somebody that knows what they're doing to make us question what we're looking at and how we're delivering a score for this person based on the artwork they're delivering. So I think it's worth considering rewarding this photographer for such a brave and strong decision to deliver a message in the way that they have.
Okay, one of the Catherines, both are on the same score.
Sure, I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm on 68 with this. I find the messaging a bit of mixed messaging. You're talking about the eyes on the breasts, and the overlit nature is also suggestive that I think that overlit has gone a bit too far in terms of keeping the detail in there. But I think that we've got this inclusion of what looks like sheets at the base, and the head tilt has a very sensuous feel to it. I feel that there's a mismatch to the messaging, but the body language is telling me, is almost like a look at me kind of feel in the body language. So I feel a real fight between the narrative that you're giving and what I'm seeing as indications through the rest of the image. There's also what looks like a stool on the right-hand side of the image. It feels like that's an accident. I can't see a reason for that to exist in this photograph. I am struggling to award this at this stage.
Sarah Lee, you sort of up there.
I initially scored this 78, and for the reasons you've both said, the good points in that it's addressing such a serious narrative, and also because of the same issues that you had, Catherine, with the background and with it being not perhaps as beautifully lit, or it's gone too far and it's been a bit too obvious with it. So yeah, I'm not much help. I'm just caught in the middle.
Dederick?
I scored the 70 because I was stuck, but I think I'm starting to get it. Maybe this is the photographer. It's all on purpose, very much so. It's a homemade studio. Maybe this lady, because the provocative pose, maybe she really is desperate to be liked, to be seen, maybe to be accepted, maybe to make money. Who knows? But eyes are on her, and that's the level that people maybe feel like they need to go through to be liked, to fit in, to be accepted, and it's got to be brutal and harsh like that, and otherwise we're going to miss it. So if it's fully intentional, I think it's pretty awesome. I'm going to move my score.
Okay, back to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, Catherine, I think with the stool and seeing the edge of the curtain, you can see the edge of the curtain on both sides. And she could have easily stepped backwards because there's plenty of sunlight behind her where it would have just been her breasts, the sunlight, and the sheet. But I think just giving us more tension and awkwardness, I think helps deliver that message where it gives me some context of maybe there's some things that she does in here. I don't know. There's lots of questions, but I don't think they're accidents. I think she's done them on purpose, or whoever's taken this photograph has done this on purpose. Not sure why, can't answer that question, but I don't see there's any mistake there with like the prop, the edge of the curtains, the sunlight on the ground in the background. The head tilt, I mean, maybe she does feel like she's a sexy woman, but maybe she's sick of people looking at her breasts. Like, who knows? There could be a conflict there where she's like, I kind of like the gaze, but I don't like it here. I would rather it here. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that only this person knows the answers to, but I like the challenge of this image. I think it's really well done. It's unconventionally beautiful, and I think it's worth rewarding.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 76, bronze award. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we're a score of 70. So can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Looking, yeah, Catherine? Yeah.
Great subject, and I really am enjoying the absolute pop of that, or poppage, as Jo Francis she'd used that word earlier, of the hair, the red hair against that rich cloudy sky. I think in order to elevate this image, the first thing I see is just the chopped off arms, especially the one, her left arm on the right there. I come in and I sort of see what's happening with the one on the left there holding the fabric, but there's so little fabric kept in this image that it's quite difficult to see. So she's bringing all this energy and expression, but I'm flowing straight out the sides of the image, and also finding there's something on the left-hand side there, the line of the edge of the background potentially that's quite distracting.
Thank you, Catherine, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71. Can I get a comment from somebody along the line? Yep, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think this is the start of something really beautiful in terms of a concept and something to build on. I think you just need to be careful when you're copy and pasting that you don't get ghosting, and there's a little bit of ghosting on the left-hand side of the foot where there's a repetition of the line, which doesn't look like it should be there. So that was a little distracting, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Jeremy. And we're just going to do a judge change. So, Jeremy, you can take a break. Been on for a while. So, Bruce, if you come out, or come in. And Catherine Kanak, if you take a break. And Adam. Okay, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Bruce. Sorry.
Who's higher?
Righty-ho. Sounds like a hot company. I'm on 88 with this. I think this is super intriguing. I don't pretend to know everything this is about, and I like the fact that I don't know. But it gives me a lot, like texturally, everything's watercolour. except for that arm and that singular little grip of the hand that is combining with her face to like form the top of her face. I just love that alignment. I just think that precision's perfect. And when you get in there and you see the frame that shows us her body, it's beautiful. Like, do you know the ripples in her muscles and her skin, and how that's presented to us as a painting, but then the whole thing's a painting as well, and then that skirt just dripping off her and touching the edge of the frame. Everywhere my eye goes, I'm pleased. I love the way, you know, the frame within the frame is done in a really innovative way. And the palette that's presented as well, it's so appealing. It all just ties together so beautifully. I'm keen to hear more.
Adam?
Yeah, I was on 81, and I wanted to be more, and I'm can be convinced quite easily. I love the story. I feel like she's almost trying to climb out of her own body in the top there. That little hand is such a strong narrative part of it. But I'm so drawn by the heaviness, both sort of in tone and the fabric at the bottom of the frame. It doesn't sort of, I don't know if it leads to anywhere. It doesn't sort of flow like the rest of the dress, and it's kind of just, it ends very abruptly. If you can explain that to me, though, I'm more than willing to come up, because, yeah, I really, really enjoy the little narrative of up the top there.
Bruce was up there.
I was on 85, it was a bit low, so I'll be coming up. Now, for me, I saw this as a self-portrait, but and like the painting is a self-portrait. The painting is how the person feels about themselves. They're just holding on. They've put themselves into this space, and that hand is, they're just holding on. I think it's actually quite, like, the space is quite beautiful, and the colours and tones and everything work really well, but I'm finding that as a reflection of somebody potential, how they feel about themselves, their self-worth or anything like that, this is really strong. And they're hiding behind this. The only thing we're really seeing is the top of the head, like, just, and the hand. Like, I think it's worthy of a silver distinction, so I'm going to definitely come up a bit higher than I already am.
Okay, any other thoughts? Can't see any face. No. Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, Adam, the skirt at the base like that really anchors us, you know, and it takes away, I feel like if we entirely framed and isolated her, it would almost make that sort of peachy purple place like a frame, and not give it a sense of place. I still feel that that's anchoring us and giving us a location. That hand just over like that, it just touches her mouth. As you travel down, you go, her chin's up. It exposes her neck. There's no more vulnerable place to a woman than her neck. I feel like there's just such there's such a femininity in this as well. Like, there's so much. It's so innovative. You know, 88. I think this is solidly deserving of a silver distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Yep, you've done it. 86, silver distinction. Okay. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges, for that. And we're just going to do... Are we going to do that? Yes, we'll do it. Yep. Judge change. Bruce, you have to come out. And Tony, if you can come in. And Johan, if you come in. And Dederick, if you come out. Okay, next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Adam, you're sort of making eyes at me.
Anytime you like. There's an intriguing, like the gaze is what it initially gets you straight in, and we're let in there. I had it on 77. I'm glad to see it get a silver because I think that there's a beginnings of a real concept and a story to elevate. I think just the balance just feels a little bit off centre, and I'm not sure if there's a good narrative for that, especially because she's so sort of centrally placed, but not quite. And the lighting really leads me to the face, and I can't really explain how it gets there and nowhere else. So just refining that light and shaping us through the image to really help, look us through into the story, I think.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Adam. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. A comment? Yep.
I really appreciate the kind of mood that we get out of the character to hear everything about that sort of expression, and I guess even the pose feels like a sense of like exhaustion almost, or it's just helplessness. And there's some nice shapes beginning. The light shape just sort of puts the highlights, I think, in all the places that don't lead me to where I want to be in that expression, and the quite heavy shadow from where that's underneath as well takes me out, because there's some nice textures in it. So again, just control of the lighting to get us in there might help really elevate the image.
Okay, thanks, Adam. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72. Can we have a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Catherine?
Yeah, great expression and a beautiful warmth, possibly a little bit too warm on the skin tones. It is a little bit hard to read this photograph in terms of where that amount of sand is coming from. Because we're seeing that the feet don't have the same amount on them, and there's quite a big clump of sand covering the body there. Great strength and power though.
Yeah, okay. Additional comment?
What initially attracted me to this image is the feeling that they're kind of floating in midair, and I think sometimes the key with dance photography is to show that sort of space. It feels a little tight on the bottom. We don't get any reference to how high this person is, and that can make it seem a little more impressive to the viewer.
Okay, thank you for the comments there. And next image, please. We have a score of 74. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please, from somebody? Whose hand is that? I can't even. Sarah Lee.
Lovely colours used in this image, and it's really, really interesting. There are a lot of details in there, and I think when you're doing repetition around a point, perhaps less is more. It's very difficult to discern faces, bodies, people's emotion, that sort of thing. So perhaps taking the concept but paring it back, you'll get a stronger image.
Thanks, Sarah Lee, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Johan.
It's perplexing. This image is very perplexing, and it feels like there's a strong narrative, but it wasn't particularly clear. And I gave it a good silver because of the fine artwork involved in getting it to where it is. I love the expressions. I just wanted a connection between the story and the person. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Johan, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Challenging that, Johan?
I am. Yes, sorry, I thought you acknowledged that.
Yeah. No, I was expecting it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gave this an 83, and I'm perplexed, okay, and usually I can find a story that I want to explore and describe, but the thing that I really love about this image is there's a mysterious element in there. There is a question being asked that I can't even define, so I can't even lead you there, but it's got me so perplexed, and it's actually executed particularly well with the flow in of the yellow up to the subject, and then you start exploring around the subject. You imagine that subject being painted onto the canvas, but they have paint on their hands, so you kind of try and work out perhaps there's a juxtaposition of they are the canvas versus the canvas. The paintings in the background, they're kind of dark and murky and not about good things. So it makes you believe that there's some sort of trauma happening. And as you start sort of trying to unravel this puzzle, it becomes even more interesting. I haven't resolved it, and if I could resolve it, I would probably go higher, but it's just piqued my curiosity.
Tony.
Yeah, I scored at 74, and it didn't really pique my curiosity, really, to be honest. I sort of found it just more puzzling, but not in an interesting way. And there's so many interesting elements to it, but it hasn't really been pulled together. So I think it's created more confusion than anything. And with that, that the yellow running right up there with all that light on it, up to a darker area, you sort of get stuck in the wrinkles of that material and no flow up into the areas that are interesting and lacking story for me. So that's why I kept it out of the award range.
Adam?
Yeah, I found the story kind of intriguing because I kind of almost saw it like there were lots of attempts to paint what, she wanted to represent herself. She had lots of goes, and she wants to find a representation of herself that she just can't quite get. So I kind of like that story, and there's all the attempts around the outside. It was just sort of sometimes the objects that are around the room that just don't. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if that's what you were alluding to or not, but like the object on the right-hand side, I can accept the paint tin, perhaps that's kind of relevant there, but even the heater and the little thing, they aren't what makes sense to me in the image, and so, especially because it's such a dominant issue or down that dominant part of this thing down that right-hand column, and that whatever that object, that's sort of how it ties back in. I'm not far away. I'm on 79 because I liked the line where it led me and the story that I got from her face and what was surrounding that canvas.
Any other thoughts? No. Back to you, Johan.
I think this photograph, I nearly said painting, is telling us more than we're aware of. This is some sort of artist's studio, and potentially it's also where the artist lives. Maybe there is a suggestion on the side that that's the bed that she sleeps on, or that they sleep on. And there's references to wanting to express herself as herself, and the only way that perhaps she can do that is if she becomes the canvas as opposed to the canvas being the painting. Take from that what you will. For me, it took an 83. See what you can do.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 80, silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you for the judges. And can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 73. So can I get a comment for the photographer, please, as I look down the line? Adam? Yep, thank you.
Thankfully, I haven't got that yet. There's a lovely personality that comes from the mask, but also a bit of the pose. You get to see that person. I think when I look through the image and look into the background, I look at how the perspective on the box and how that's been cut off kind of doesn't give a sense of the grounding of that image where it is. And even around the edges, and whether it's the vignette of the background or whether it's in the post-processing, it just sort of breaks away from that nice, the nice texture, so it really breaks away at the edges and pulls me out.
Okay, thank you, Adam, for the comments for the photographer. Okay, and that is this. Okay, so that is your creative portrait category for 2026. Sponsored, thank you to 921 Studios and of course Canon for sponsoring the awards. Big thank you to the judges and all their time. Thank you to the audience for coming along or being online. To the print handlers out the back and the Honours Council for all their work. And we'll see you here shortly in this for the creative wedding category. Okay.